right, Torque bowlers, go ahead and switch lanes. Once again, go ahead and switch lanes. please hold up on your practice. Recycle your balls to the first hit set.
I'll be right back.
Just a reminder, you will be bowling two games on your left pair, and then left lane, and then 2 games on your right lane, and then you will switch lanes. When you see the scoring bars come up, you'll be on for bowling. Good luck and high score.
Go team. Yeehaw.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome you back to Bolero Marietta. Second day of competition here at the Brunswick Zone Collegiate Classic. Brunswick Zone, or Brunswick Southern, I beg your pardon. Collegiate Classic, my apologies. Here on Bowl TV, it will Junior here with you. All right, folks, let's see here. With the first Baker set is a position round, so the leaders have started from left to right. So if you look at the standings, and they have been posted and were posted last night on the Brunswick Southern Collegiate Classic Facebook page, SCAD Savannah had the lead after day one, followed by Pikeville, Martin Methodist, and Weber. Those are your top four. That will switch after, or I'm sorry, that will switch at our final position round. It'll be 6 Baker sets, 24 Baker games in total. The 6th and final Baker set will be the final position round, and we'll have the top teams figure out who's going to win this title. They will be on our featured pairs here at the end. In between that time, based on the standings and where teams are today, the teams we should see, we will see Pikeville, Pikeville, Lindsey Wilson, Northwestern Ohio, SCAD Atlanta, Spring Hill, Cumberland, McKendree, and Weber today. And I would anticipate during the final position round, unless something goes completely wrong for SCAD Savannah, we should see SCAD Savannah in our final position round, and perhaps we'll see Martin Methodist as well. If you're wondering why there's not an extra scoreboard there, well, it is there, and I'm going to periodically add it back in. For some strange reason today, things aren't working like they are supposed to. Of course, we know how that goes sometimes. It's a part of life, and so you have to adjust, of course, and what have you. So I'll be working on that for throughout the day. That'll be my, I guess, my consistent project. It did this yesterday, but I was able to figure it out. And for whatever reason today, not being very kind so far. So, as I like to say often, some things in life you just have to deal with. And today is one of those things. Hope all of you are well today, though. How's everyone else on this wonderful Sunday morning? I told you yesterday, the boys started at 7:30, and that was one of the things. There were only a couple, but one of the things I remember for sure about this event was the early Sunday start time, and that has not changed one bit. Davenport right now bowling opposed, or unopposed, I should say. There is a vacant, one team that did withdraw in the latter part of the week. Just to give you a quick idea on how Davenport is doing. It is indeed early on that West Coast, so we appreciate you, Jeff, getting up early. I know you are supporting Weber this morning. Well, Davenport can get to 158. Teams will bowl 2 games on each lane. They'll bowl 2 on their starting lane and then switch. So if you've seen Baker before, you know the kind of the drill in that retrospect. Baker generally goes by pretty quickly, and it's easier. I shouldn't say that. It does give the impression that it could be easier to get into a rhythm as a team in Baker. And if you're doing it right, I think you can get there quickly. It's very possible with 24 Baker games to essentially step right in. Step in and add to your lead. That's what Savannah certainly is trying to do. It's also very possible with 24 Baker games to lose a lead. That's a lot of pins if you tend to struggle, and all of a sudden you could be in danger. Look at the final tally. First game for Davenport, 147. We got Rio Grande and Northwestern Ohio. Miss Johnson is up early, rooting on Weber. Weber and Pikeville, I know we have a lot of fans. According to our schedule here, Weber should hit the lanes, let's see, 1, 2, games 3 and 4. Pikeville should be next. They'll have games 2 and 3, if my schedule is correct. Lovely Sunday morning. My travels will consist of tonight. I'll be heading out back to Chicago. To be rare. Sometimes it's very difficult to leave on a Sunday after an event, depending on what time that event ends. You can anticipate a bowling tournament to end at a certain time, but I've learned in my experience that is not always the case. $171 for Rio Grande and $135 for the Northwestern Ohio Racers. Daniel Ferris actually let me in on a little secret about the Northwestern Ohio Racers, and it involved their mascot, their term, Racers, where a lot of student athletes or students in general go to that school, and sometimes they come out and they end up working on various racing crews and whatnot. So I thought that was a very interesting tidbit from him. Of course, there's no way I would know that, and Daniel certainly would. So the goal today is to, I've got a 7:30 flight. I feel confident about it today. We should be ending competition here approximately about 3. 3 o'clock is when the awards are scheduled. Had the all-tournament teams actually today, this morning I should say, prior to practice. They were honored, both in the men's and the women's divisions. On the women's side, Rebecca Comain grabbed a Tier 1 individual title. Comain shot 1298 for 6 games, so plus 98, an average of 216.33. And second was Lauren Piotrowski at 215.67 for plus 94. Caitlin Johnson was third of Weber International. Comain, by the way, of Scat Savannah. Piotrowski from Pikeville. Caitlin plus 71 for 6'2", 11.83. Elizabeth O'Brien was fourth from Emmanuel College. She was plus 6, an average of 201 even. And Paige Stokes rounded out the all-tournament team from Northern Kentucky University. She shot 1184 for 6 games. Minus 16 overall, 197.33. Congratulations to the women's all-tournament team. This pattern, CB, medium number 2, according to the National Collegiate National Bowling Coaches Association. The bank of patterns located on collegebowling.com. 40 feet, 27.7 milliliters of oil. By the way, this is a cumulative pin tournament, so no bonus pins, no additions for a bake or win. No win-loss. Simply add the pins to the team total and keep it moving, if you will, as the kids like to say. Early cheers. Here's how I would handle on a Sunday morning. I'm going to give it to you from both aspects, maybe all 3 aspects. Because right now there are teams obviously who are in position to win this tournament. There are teams who are in position to certainly move up in the standings, kind of that middle of the pack. Those teams where if you have a good day, you could sneak up on, someone who's in 3rd, 4th, maybe 5th, and give it a run towards the end. And then there are the teams who are near the bottom of the standings. And the question, and it's not even a question, the answer for those teams is this. It would be about development. This is not an opportunity to just throw balls down the lane. This is an opportunity to learn, an opportunity to get better. And if we can't do this, then we've got an issue. And so we should always be looking to improve or get better. That's just my opinion on that. And at some point in my life, I feel that I will coach a team at some point. Maybe that'll be my goal if my son decides to bowl. Maybe that'll be my start. So I've got 18 years to think about it. But those are the principles that I would be looking for if I was a coach of either situation, right? Obviously, to go back to the top, we're here to do one thing, all right? 2 things. Get better, but we're here to win because we put ourselves in position. Can't win the tournament on the first day, but you can put yourself in position to win. And that's what the Scat Savannahs, the Pikevilles, the Martin Methodists, the Webers, even down to Emmanuel McKendree, that's what they have done. We can even go down to, I think, Indiana Tech, the Cumberlands. I'll have to look at the totals. But with a good Baker day, if you shoot 900 in Baker and a team above you shoots 700, which is certainly is possible, that's a 200 pin difference, obviously, and all of a sudden that's probably a spot or 2 that you've moved up. So I would say far from over. We've got a long way to go. out west, we talked about that a little bit yesterday, and would happy to discuss again. But that'd be like I won't call it a retirement type situation, but if you were going to take a move or make a move, moving west, definitely doesn't sound like a bad idea. UW bowling. I like that. I don't know, Jeff. It's kind of cold there, though, right? I think at that point, I'm trying to get away from the winter. At that point, it would have been, I don't know. How old am I? 35, 56 years of hard, cold Chicago winters, just about. I need the sun. You don't see right now, while we're waiting for the sweep, the 180 to be fixed here on 23, is the Davenport staff and players just kind of talking about different items. You can tell they're talking about bowling, what's happening on the lanes. Hearing, just walking through the bowling center at an event, not just necessarily this one, but any collegiate event, and depending on where you are, but you could hear various conversations that involve bowling, but you can hear the different levels of bowling for some players as well. Or Davenport, this is a very young team. 5 freshmen, 1 junior, and 1 senior. Marissa Bacon, Marissa Batkins, those two always in the lineup generally. So is Emily Tanis and Michaela Van Dunen. By the way, the men's all-tournament team, according to the standings, Jacob Balser from Indiana Tech shot 1438. .1438 for 6, plus 238. Average 239.7. Tommy Hankey of Weber shot 14.28, 10 pins off the mark. He averaged 238. Andrew Orff was third from McKendree at 228.5. Walter Baranecki, who I believe is Evan, I know his real name, was fourth at 227.7. Michael Mirabel from St. John's was fifth at 227.3. 1364 his total. So some good bowling on both sides of the coin here at the Brunswick Southern Collegiate Classic. This is back-to-back all-tournament teams for Caitlin Johnson. She won this title last year. All right, team's about to switch lanes over on 21 and 22. Rio Grande, a pretty new program. I think Northwestern Ohio is even relatively new as well. We'll let it flicker just a little bit. We'll get to this final 10-frame shot. What's everyone have planned for this Sunday morning or Sunday in general? Obviously, you're watching a little bowling. That's an excellent shot there. What a great shot. She had to look as if she wasn't too sure what was going to happen or what was going to come of that shot, but you know, that's a shot that you may not have seen it from the angle, of course, we are right now, but basically went right to the left, kind of a little loft over the gutter. And we didn't see very many players playing that far right, but so far Davenport with a nice double to start here. And again, the building blocks. The team with 5 freshmen. You can see the hook is still in the middle of the lane. 40 feet. Backend's pretty fresh. I think the lanes didn't really have too long. Or didn't set too long, I should say. Didn't sit. UNH. Four pin, looking around. Nice shot. Football on, don't forget to set those fantasy lineups. You play. All right, spare opportunity for Davenport. Again, the position round, there's two. One, of course, is this round, and then the other will be during Baker set number 6. Good shot. Marissa Batkins, freshman from New Baltimore, Michigan. Davenport located in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Nice double. For 3 in a row. High flush. Very nice finish. Batkins right now the anchor, and certainly got the makings to be a very good anchor as she continues on. All right, 4-7 up here, and again, 40 feet this pattern. Yesterday we saw players kind of playing 10, 11-ish at the arrows. Some players were able to move left a little early. Never seemed to quite break down to a situation where you had to get too far left. I think the lanes did start to play a little tight late. still could leave, you know, a 2-8-10. You could leave a bucket. Those types of leaves were in play. Shot there for Haley for UNOH. Oh, Haley can just buy a nice high flush strike. Last time she went high flush was a 4-pin. This time a 9-pin. I think if you start a new program, as a coach, you must possess a certain level of. Well, I think this is true for all coaching in regards to being patient. So there's going to be some ups and downs. But the important thing, hopefully, is you get a chance to see some of that improvements and breakthroughs. Final game coming up for pairs. Good start there for UNOH. Rio Grande located I thought I knew where they were located. I believe in Ohio. As a whole, they are in the River States Conference. It's part of the NAIA. They are indeed in Ohio. The racers are located in Ohio as well, in Lima, Ohio. Davenport's going to finish first, so we'll have just 21 and 22 remaining for a moment. We started the day with Scad Savannah in the lead on the women's side. With a 58-46 total. Pikeville was 56-87. There's a difference that can be made up. Something I talked about earlier, which is if you have a good Baker set early, and really at any time during the event, and the team that you're trying to chase down struggles, those pins can be made up in 4 games. And so in 24 games, it's never far-fetched. There's going to be some challenges to be able to close out an event. Martin Methodist is third at 54-88. And Weber International is fourth at 54-50. Emmanuel is fifth at 54-39. McKendree at 54-21. Give it a run. Nice job. Great attempt. All right, 165 for Davenport. .165. Again for Davenport, we'll let you see that on the scoreboard here. This is Baker set 1. Again, 4 games per set. I believe, is going to head on over to 23. Yes, they are. Davenport's going to move over to lane 21. Rio Grande will be on 23. Actually, that's not true. Oh, that's right. Davenport will be on 21. They are going to begin to make their walk. They are headed to lane 1. Odds, lanes move left. If you're on an even lane, you move left. You got to do what you need to do to help the team. So their cheers certainly will not go unbeknownst here. They said spare it up for. Rio Grande has finished up. They're just waiting to move to their next player, which will be lane 20, or 19 and 20, I should say. Lindsey Wilson here in a second. Tenth frame here. Haley has thrown some good shots in the 10th frame. All right, solid spare there, and Haley can get this team final game 157 potentially. University of Northwestern Ohio. That's a good shot. She wraps 10, 156 for Northwestern Ohio. And Baker set 1 is complete. Quick look at all of the scores here as we get set to welcome in Pikeville. We should have Northwestern Ohio one more time. We should see Lindsey Wilson, and I think the vacant team moves over one spot as well. See, they should be, I imagine they should be adding Baker standings to the totals. And so hopefully we'll have something for you in regards to updates here momentarily. All right, we'll take a break, and Baker set number 2 here in a moment on Bowl TV. Ladies and gentlemen, back with you here. This is Baker set 2. We have welcomed to Lindsey Wilson. The vacant team has moved over to 21 and 22. Northwestern Ohio and Pikeville on 23. And you can tell so far the way Lauren Piotrowski specifically came back and was talking to a team after she struck. At a very important Baker set here for Pikeville. They are looking to climb their way into the lead. Pikeville has gone with Brittany Turcott, Michaela Cummings, Mallory Liversedge, Jessica Wolf, and Lauren Piotrowski to start. In fact, they did it in game where Baker set 1. They shot 181, 186, 190, 199 for a 56. Not a bad start for Pikeville. For Northwestern Ohio has gone with Carolyn Thomas, Sarah Lohner, Kenzie Krabs, Courtney Brooks. And we saw the Haley Rotson name often. For Lindsey Wilson on 21 and 22. Let's see. Madeline, Samantha Inlot, Jacqueline Oface. Madeline Payne, Anna Etherington, Jacqueline Oliphant, Derek Lyons, head coach in his second season for Lindsey Wilson NAIA program. Apologies for the flickering that you see on the screen too, folks, in regards to the scoreboard. Weren't able to just get that troubleshooting today. Tried a few different things and it's still presenting some issues. So every now and then I might take the scoreboard away so it won't just continue to flicker and be kind of an annoyance. 159 early on here. Again, Pikeville trying to make their way into the lead. All right, Jessica Wolf. Spare in the ninth. They can get to 173 here, game 1. Again, 2 games or 2 lanes. Or 2 games on the initial starting lane, then they will switch. Piotrowski, who finished second in the individual standings, made the all-tournament team. 2-4-5, and so far, at least according to just saw, and they shot 756 to Pikeville. This is going to be their lowest game so far of the 4 previous. They had a very consistent time with, again, 181, 199. That was their low game, 181. Their high game was 199. They actually improved each game. from the start. But I think, and I didn't see the game, but I imagine they were on a pair with Scad Savannah, so two obviously are in the running for the title. And so you can kind of get lined up depending on where Scad Savannah was playing. Two good teams trying to break the lanes down or play in the same area. Might produce a bit difference in regards to scoring pace, where on 23 and 24 there was only one team who competed, and that was Davenport. And although Davenport for the most part was attempting to stay to the right, I would say this more probably indicative of how the Fresh would play. .157 for Pikeville to start. I'm going to remove that for just a second. Nice shot there from 21. Lindsey Wilson at the backup ball. Perhaps the left side is looking pretty solid. That was Madeline Kane for Lindsey Wilson. Good shot from Northwestern Ohio. Mackenzie Kraft, the anchor to the third position a couple of games ago. Now trying to set things up for Courtney Brooks. Haley Rotz, who has been solid the last couple of games in that anchor role. Meanwhile, spare made for Pikeville. Brittany Turcotte in the leadoff position. Nice double for, the gutter spare for Lindsey Wilson.
Nice spare.
No count lost though. Samantha Endicott. Lindsey Wilson's creating some nice momentum here. Michaela Cummings splits the 8-9. You saw the ball actually take out the 8. Some scores here. Again, if you're just joining us, you're watching Pikeville, Northwestern Ohio on 23 and 24. Lindsey Wilson right at bowling unopposed on 21 and 22. There is scores, or there are scores. They do work. They are just presenting a bit of a flicker that does come across on the broadcast. So every now and then I am removing the score so you can see it every single time out on 23 and 24. All right, that one got right, but a 2-pin remains. Frame. The importance of Baker. We're going to see Pikeville twice, too, by the way. They're going to move once this set is complete. Meanwhile, Northwestern Ohio with a very nice start here. The lone open coming early, but 9 spare strike, 9 spare, another opportunity at the 9 spare. And Jessica Wolf starts something for Pikeville. It's going left. This pair and the farthest pattern looking to play a little tougher than it Daniel Ferris is over on the men's side of things. He is at Bolero Austell. A match play situation, be tied. And there you see what the pattern can do. It is 40 feet, 27 mils. Players have been right of 10. Big shot from Piotrowski. A little chilly this morning here in Marietta, Georgia. He's got a push. All right, good break. Good break. First double for either team. Pikeville definitely in need of that. Let's see if they can turn 2 into 3. Another one indeed. 3 in a row now for Pikeville. They've got some momentum. Now inching closer to perhaps their highest game of the day. Open in the 8th. Wolf responds with a strike in the 9th. Now the first one in the 10th would guarantee the high game of the day so far for Pikeville. And don't forget your women's lane assignments for this game are located on the side panel. Lindsay Wilson. Talent. And just to reiterate their lineup, Madeline Kane, Samantha Endicott. Third position is Jacqueline Oliphant. Madeline Zubricki is fourth, who just threw that shot, and their anchor player is Anna Etherington. Of one sophomore and a senior. And that one just kind of hydroplaned. Zubricki from Howey in the Hills, Florida. She is a junior, 191 for Pikeville, 165 for UNOH. Nice bear. But you take that one any kind of way you can get it. That is not easy. You can see on the pattern so far, there's nothing to the right. There has been a lot of balls going down the lane in that area. There's theoretically kind of nothing to save a bowling ball from going there. It's not going to find any friction. Really see good leadership. Saw Lauren Piotrowski speaking here with the leadoff bowler Brittany Turcotte. Shot from Michaela Cummings. Every now and then in Baker, you'll get, it's rare to get all 5 players clicking at one time. It does happen, and when it does happen, it's very good, obviously, and scores are produced at a high clip. But sometimes 1 or 2 players can really carry you in Baker. Michaela Cummings so far has been very good here from what I've seen. Obviously didn't get a chance to see them in Baker set number 1. Liver Sedge. Lindsay Wilson can get into the 220. They're going to need a strike in the 9th and 2 in the 10th at least. Pikeville, meanwhile, spare strike spare. And strike and a 9-pin situation here for UNOH to handle. This is game 3 of their respective sets here on 23 and 24. And both teams now clean through a few frames. Jessica Wolf in that 4th position for Bobby Brown and Pikeville. Pikeville won the Mid-South Conference title. Lauren Pietrowski, there's been a lot of great Pikeville bowlers over the years, especially on the women's side. They've had a few players selected to their Athletics Hall of Fame. Kayla Bandy, Tracy Miller, for example. Got a great chance to be Bill Hall of Famer as well. So does Jessica Wolf. Valerie Liver says Jessica Wolf and Pietrowski all were first team NAI All-Americans. They were first team All-Conference. Liver says you won the International Bowling Media Association Collegiate Bowler of the Year award last year. Pietrowski, I beg your pardon. Man said Liver says there. Was the first time in maybe a couple of seasons that the Bowler of the Year from the IBMA and NCBCA were different. Wilson, 185. Everyone still has that, might be still a bit sleepy look when you walk and take a look at the players on the lanes. All right, Baker, all about filling frames. There's Mallory. Oh, excuse me, Michaela. Been excellent so far in this set. Yeah, the top portion of the lineup. The goal is to set up the bottom portion of the lineup. So 1, 2, 3, as best as possible. Set up your 4 and 5 players. And in an ITC type setting where it's all Baker, sectionals, nationals, Pikeville's lineup is set up very well for success, but also got to be willing to be able to change pieces. So if Lauren Piotrowski or Jessica Wolf may be struggling, you got to go to somebody else. They can do that in that position as well. That's a sign of a good team, obviously, with a depth. And we talked about their experience level yesterday with the amount of seniors. Says looking to get count. Might have some updated standings here. Lindsey Wilson was taking their time, which is a smart move. They are going to make the switch. They make the turn. They're heading to 23 and then be waiting too long for this pair to finish. Piotrowski, first shot, a good one. Meanwhile, Northwestern Ohio, chance to get in potentially their first 200 game of the day. Pikeville's going to be in the 170s. They've gone 157 to 191, and now 174. They are the pace that they set in set number 1. Bobby might be making a small lineup change. Would surprise me if Michaela Cummings goes to either I would say maybe the 3 position or 3rd position. So far for Lindsey Wilson, and with the right bowling ball, I think you need something that grips the lane immediately. But Jacqueline Ofan, I believe it is. I'm sorry, no, Madeline Zabricki had a really good look, setting the ball down right of 10. right, Lindsey Wilson showing what it's all about here. Meanwhile, 176 for Northwestern Ohio, open in the 10th frame. This is the highest game we've seen so far on these particular pairs. And it might come from Lindsey Wilson. Let's check the standings here. Let's see if those are updated. Check things out here first and foremost. See very many backup runs, but Madeline Kane is really making that left side look solid. Lindsey Wilson has got a chance here. Let's see. Lindsey Wilson, 17th after the first Baker set. So when I talked earlier about getting better, Lindsey Wilson, below the chop there. I feel that they have bowled extremely well here during these 4 games. All right, here is Zubricki. That's got a hook. Watch it hook though. She's laying the ball down. I should say it's getting to the arrows somewhere between 5 and 10. I'm going to say about 7 and 8. Where anyone else's bowling ball, if it's getting there, it's either washout, some type of split. Hooks late, it's going to bucket. Get there. Okay, signs of a young team there. You just got to be able to finish games, especially in Baker. You only get so many shots in this format. So really the last thing you want to do is set yourself back. Now essentially what was probably going to be at least 2 teams, they've got to strike out to get to 2-0. That's a good shot. It's kind of hooked though. See, that's kind of the difference between that shot and Zabricki's shot. Zabricki, I think, gets a little bit more on it from a rev rate perspective. So she's got a strong ball with more rev rate, so you can see it begin to hook a little early, grab the lane. That looked to be a very good shot fundamentally. Looked good placement on the lane. The only difference, it just continued on. Never gripped the lane, never read the lane. All right, Anna Etherington. Get the head pin. All right. All right, opportunity at 193 for Lindsey Wilson. It's going to be SCAD, Atlanta, and Pikeville on 21 and 22 coming up next. And the first time we'll see, or we won't see the vacant squad. Going to see Lindsey Wilson and Weber in Baker set 3. So we'll have 2 teams who are vying for a spot at the top. As Northwestern Ohio working on a 4-bagger. See what you don't see, Northwestern Ohio, the team back here throwing up the X sign, wanting to strike, and they have a strike. It's a very fun group for Northwestern Ohio. Again, Carolyn Thomas, Sarah Lothar, Mackenzie Craft, Courtney Brooks, Peggy Rotz, also on the squad, Megan and Jenna Blumenshine. I feel that Lindsey Wilson has played the lanes overall, I think, the best, but they've had a few players, I think, with some of the best ball reaction we've seen. 9 here. Can Jessica Wolf make something happen? That's close. Bounce. Nope. And now Piotrowski trying to salvage potentially 160. This is going to be the lowest total so far of the 2 sets for Pikeville. Best they can do is get to 682, and more than likely, unless SCAD Savannah is doing the same, going to lose to tournament leader. Wash out potentially. Oh. shot at it for Haley. 208. Very nice finish. Nice last couple of games for UNOH. Piotrowski, big shot. 10th. Hope everyone is doing well this Sunday. And actually, I guess I need to change my watch. Well, what time is it? I'm all confused. What used to be Eastern time on my watch now is a different time zone. So I believe it's 10:36 Eastern. Let's make that change. And a pocket 7-10 for Piotrowski. I'm going to get a fill shot. Thank you, Jeff. I'm all over the place. Work computer says one time, my phone says another. My watch has a different thing going on. Northwestern Ohio's got the right, I think they've got the right mindset and the right attitude. And I'm going to give them a few years, for especially one full season, obviously 2 years. They're going to be in real position to make a choice in college bowling. 149 for Pikeville. .671 for Pikeville. That followed a 756 effort in Baker set 1. Again, we've got 6 sets total today, and we're heading to Baker number 3. Again, we'll have SCAD Atlanta and Pikeville, who is moving one pair to their left. Then Lindsay Wilson will move one pair to their right. And we welcome in Weber International. So 2 of the top 5 teams here in this tournament, and I believe in the country, on our featured pairs here. All right, SCAD Atlanta is off and running. Looks like we've got a bit more glare as the sun is starting to come out here this morning in Marietta. You see the glare on lane 20 as the GO doubles up for SCAD Atlanta here. Game 1, Baker set number 3. All right, a lineup change for Pikeville. As Aaron Costner from Romeoville, Illinois, that's a suburb of Chicago, is in the lineup. Caitlin Johnson, one of the best in the land. They get Weber through. So check the standings here after the first full set. Should have the second set up pretty soon. Tough break that is. Major lineup changes for Pikeville. Yeah, Trauke moves to second. Wilson. Double can get him into the 180s potentially. They've been unable to strike this game. Just one strike, and that happened in the 6th. An effort to really shake things up. We talked about Aaron Cosner into the lineup for Pikeville. Piotrowski to second. Jessica Wolf in 4th. I didn't see who was rolling anchor. It could be Michaela Cummings potentially. So Ricky, oh no, that is Lindsay Wilson anchor. And Etherington. That's a good shot.
Good move.
All right, so standings after first sets. There's Michaela Cummings. She's had the best look. And if you listened a little bit earlier, I was talking about the potential. And I was actually specifically talking about Pikeville, but this translates to Baker in general, where you can be set up for great success with your lineup, but there will come a time where you can be the best 4-5 combination in the country. But at some point, there's going to be a struggle. And can someone else on the team fill that void, fill that role at least momentarily for however long you need them to fill it? You know, it'd be the equivalent to if a star player on the basketball team, picked up 2 early fouls, and that person is generally going to sit for probably 90% of the first half or something similar to that. Who can come pick up the slack for a little bit until that person is back on the court feeling good. I think that is very much true in Baker, in our sport. Where, Lauren Piotrowski goes from 5 to 2 with the lineup. Michaela Cummings, who had missed in quite some time in several frames, goes from 2 to 5. They switch it up. It also does this. It allows Michaela Cummings to get comfortable. Not saying that she's not. If she isn't, it allows her to get comfortable in a position where she might be called upon to have to double in the 10 to win a match or win a game. It also shows great leadership, I think, and character for Piotrowski to have no issues going from 5 to 2, because I can tell you right now, in my experience, it's not always positive when the best player has to go into the 2 hole, for example. It's all in how the player takes it, and are they a team player? 177 for Pikeville, while Scat Atlanta off and running. They are already in the 5th frame. Diener, Daniela Connor. This is Daniela Connor actually up right now, lane 21, leading off for SCAD Atlanta. We saw some good stuff from Taylor Edgerton yesterday. It's a big 243 game. I believe it was game 5. All right, we've got some scores updated now. Let me go grab those for you. Be right back. All right, here we go with some standings after 2 sets. I'll actually start with the first set just so you'll have some context. So after the first set this morning, Savannah College of Art and Design remained in the lead, 65-55 total. Again, this was after the first set, the first 4 big games this morning. Pikeville was second at 64-43. Martin Methodist was third at 62-75. Weber International was fourth at 62-37. McKendree was fifth at 61-10. Indiana Tech was sixth at 61-05. That was for context. Now that we are 2 sets in, Savannah College of Art and Design remains in the lead. They're at 73-17. Second is Pikeville at 71-14. Third is Weber now. And Weber at 69-63. Martin Methodist is fourth at 69-07. Is Emmanuel. That was a great cheer. Playoff, I want it that way. Listen, I hate that 10. I like that one. That was original. I hadn't heard that one. All right, back to the standings. Emmanuel is fifth at 68-25. Indiana Tech is sixth at 68-18. Dips to 7th at 67-77. 8th is Union at 66-88. 9th is Cumberland at 66-71. And 10th is Morehead State at 64-98. That is your top 10. If you want to have any specific questions about a team and where they are in the standings, please let me know. pretty soon. Single fans have so far been the bugaboo here for Lindsey Wilson. Serious. So down and get a bag. Go down and grab a 3-ball tote. Stops. No shots to start things for Weber. Good shot from lineup change as well as Emily Blister moves up to second. Lindsey Wilson is doing. They play well overall. They missed some spares, certainly. And that's just one thing you can't get around. But these two sets that I've watched, for the most part, they have been pretty solid. Out there, Caitlin Johnson trying to get something going. Will the team here to a good set. They're not far off the pace. They don't want to let Scab continue to get out in front. Scab right now with a 200-pin lead over Pikeville. That's from first to second. Weber. Daniela Taylor of SCAD Atlanta. Again, two campuses for SCAD, Atlanta and Savannah. Pikeville right now is trying to find the right combination. It's not going too well here early. Same thing for Weber. Haven't seen SCAD yet. SCAD Savannah, that is. But it could be a possibility if they added enough pins, maybe even remained even. Unfortunately, the teams below them have been struggling. Whenever that happens, it's obviously a good thing for the leader. I see we do have a few people watching, so that's good news. Being quiet in the chat on this Sunday morning. Excellent straight. Relatively straight at it as well. Commented on the urethane use yesterday. Right now, that's been the weakness here for Lindsey Wilson. They've managed to put together enough strikes, but they've had troubles making spares. Much needed break there for Weber. On the left is Rebecca Lando, excuse me, for Scat Atlanta. Watch out. And Taylor Edgerton will be right here for Scat Atlanta. And Highfield, they have slowed things down just a bit. They're trying to find the right spark right now. And they need about a 200 benchmark. They've got games still left to do it. And perhaps find success here late in the block. Ball change here for Aaron Connor. Or Cosby, beg your pardon. But already looking into the position round could look like. If these pairs remain the same they are currently playing now, it's going to be a lower position round, and it'll be tough to make up any pins then. Some teachable moments here. Junior Cosby. Wow. 4-7-9, and we did not expect that. That shot from Caitlin Johnson. Good Lord. That looked like something that would have happened at the US Open last week, honestly. That was an excellent shot. She left a 10 pin in the fifth frame. Maybe she just got a little bit more. Oh, break. No. You don't expect that type of break every time. Great shot. Using urethane for SCAD Atlanta. Weber is going to move to prepare for Baker set 4. They'll be on 22 at Baker Garden. We want McKendree on 24. Then Springfield. SCAD Atlanta will move over to 28. .173 for SCAD Atlanta. They're going to move over to 23-24. Don't forget, if you've been checking on the men's, hopefully you have, by the way, check in. Getting Parrish over at Molera Austell. Great shot from Cummings. Based on both Weber and Pikeville's, Baker set 3. SCAD Savannah something extreme for the margins to really get close. Well, there are fans of both Weber and Pikeville watching. I think you're seeing the same things I'm seeing right now. Both teams can't seem to find something consistent, develop a nice rhythm. After they complete competition, as they did yesterday, come on over to where we are here at Bolero Marietta and watch the position round. Although the way the schedule should work out, there's only an hour in between start times this morning. I like what Weber is doing. Lindsey Wilson. Lindsey Wilson, that's what I've seen today has had one of the better looks as a team. They really have. But you see what they can do when they make spares. I hope that I haven't jinxed them at this moment in time. They're playing through 9 frames. I jinxed Lindsey Wilson. That's my bad. I tell you, in the NAIA, it seems like SCAD, Pikeville, for example, those are some of the upper echelon teams in the NAIA and across USBC Collegiate, but specifically the NAIA. I think Lindsey Wilson, as they continue to grow potentially throughout the season, could be a surprise when it's time for the postseason at that level. Caitlin Johnson, she's moved left. One, 2, 7, 10 for Caitlin. That was an interesting way to make that spare. I don't think she was trying to make it. I think she was trying to get lined up for the next pair. And hits the 1-2. Well, hits the 1 on the right side. 2 goes into the 7 and just kind of rolls around. does two things. One, it got some energy to the team. And probably some energy for those Weber fans watching. So they shoot 180. Right now, it's all up to Scad Savannah. You've got 3 Baker sets left, 2 prior to the position round. And Weber and Pikeville got their work cut out for them. They want to chase down Scad Savannah. Brown has used this set here. I mentioned the teachable moments earlier, but they've made big moves on the lanes. They are now into 4th down as a team, most of them. And they're trying to find the right roll balls, what's going to get down the lane, trying a completely different approach to this 40-foot pattern. Kenneth, that's right, man. They could use some good graces here. Their fan support. Shot there, Aaron. Change for Edgerton. Scad Atlanta. Same situation, I think, for Scad Atlanta in regards to growth and development. Five players certainly this week. They had one not bowling. All right, Pikeville showing some signs of life here, some energy. Perhaps get to the next pair, feel more of the moves that they've made, and maybe do something that no one else is doing. And I think that's a good play from that standpoint. I don't think there's that many people left. I haven't seen Scad Savannah at all. But if you're able to do something that no one else can do or is doing and it works, then you can kind of get the jump on other teams before they say, oh, wow, maybe we should try that. By that time, you know, it might be too little too late. I think it's a big frame here. Phil and Caleb. He's got a chance. Again, coming up next, we'll have Spring Hill on 21, Weber on 22, SCAD Atlanta on 23, and McKendree on 24. Game 5, we should have Moorhead State, or Baker said 5, Moorhead State, McKendree on 21, 22, Spring Hill, and the Cumberlands in opposition round. We anticipate seeing SCAD Savannah and some combination of Pikeville, Weber, Martin Methodist, perhaps Emmanuel or McKendree could sneak in there as well. All right, 175 for Pikeville. Kayla Cummings, one of those seniors we were talking about from Pikeville. Ian Cummings is a senior. Lily Maxwell, Lauren Piotrowski, Savannah Ryder, who has been traveling here, Jessica Wolf. 167 for Atlanta, and we're on to Baker set number 4. All right, we'll step aside here for a second, take a very short break, but we'll be right back with you here. We'll see Weber one more time, as well as SCAD Atlanta. Again, folks, we are with you throughout essentially the entire 1920 season of USBC Collegiate. We're doing every Tier 1, 3 NCAA events, and of course postseason play when it's time for the intercollegiate team and singles championships. So follow along all year on Bowl TV. Check the schedule at bowl.com/collegiate for everything you need to know will be in regards to Bowl TV. Back with you in a moment here. No standings as of yet. Some teams still just get done with that last Baker set. So we've got McKendree at Atlanta, 23 and 24. Then Spring Hill and Weber, 21 and 22. McKendree's gotten off to a good start. Can get to 216. Madison Bailey in the 4 position today. Did not see who was anchoring, but strong possibility could be Shannon. During position round, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be giving away a Gold TV Collegiate t-shirt, and that is during position round this afternoon. We're giving away a Gold TV t-shirt. We gave one away during Game 6 yesterday. We're going to do the same thing here this afternoon. A Gold TV t-shirt for grabs during the position round. Weber is clean. It was a very nice start by Spring Hill, by the way, too. Good shot, I believe, 199. Nice spare there for Shannon. 1-2-4-10. Taken care of. And she can strike to get McKendree on the board with 192 here in game 1. That's nice. For Spring Hill, they have had a combo of Anna, Ted Kersley, or Tankersley, excuse me, Megan Amador, Jessica Lynn Sherman, Avery Hoffman, and Danielle Cox. double for the Weber International Warriors. Leading things off for Kendry. The second backup ball player I've seen this week. I think the best backup ball participant or player that I've seen was pretty sure it was Adam Martinez. One junior goal. Probably a little over a decade ago now at this point. Takes the cue for Scat Atlanta first, and their first game here of this set. Now a 7-minute deal with. Miss Bears have been so key today. We've seen a lot of teams have their troubles. Wow, that's been moved completely off spot. It moved so much that the scoring monitor recognized it as the head pin, and not the forepin. It did the where's the pin replay essentially. You don't see that every day. How about that? How about that? All right, let's go get you some updated standings. Nice shot for Bailey. All right, got some scores for you after Baker set number 3. Savannah College of Art and Design. Again, SCAD Savannah is still leading the way. With a total right now of 80-24. 80-24. One second. All right, let's get back to the scores here. (80-24) for SCAD Savannah. In second, Pikeville at 78-03. 78-03 for Pikeville. In third is Weber International at 7652. So some distance between Pikeville and Weber, and some distance between SCAD and Pikeville also. So that's going to be tough for either of those teams to make a push. Martin Methodist is fourth at 7599. Fifth is Emmanuel at 7549. Sixth is McKendree, 7543. Seventh is Indiana Tech at 7518. Eighth, Cumberland's at 7485. Ninth is Union at 7432. 10th is Life at 719. And for Life, if they can get a top 10 finish here in the backyard of a Tier 1, backyard meaning this is literally, might as well be their home center. I imagine that they would spend a lot of time practicing here. Same thing for SCAD Atlanta, potentially practicing here as well. But Life is literally just down the road. I think that would be an excellent weekend for that program. Weber has made the switch over to 21. Spring Hill over to 22. The switch will be made here momentarily. We've got a few SCAD Savannah fans watching. They've been watching throughout the weekend. And at this point, there's no reason not to believe that they will at least be in one of the top 2 positions for position around, no pun intended. So you should anticipate seeing them on 23 and 24 in Baker set number 6. So if you have family, if you have friends who want to watch SCAD specifically, that's when you'll want to tune in for sure. Back-to-back single pin misses there for Weber. That's what one of the best will do for you. I'll tell you a story about, this is mainly about anchor players. If you've got one of the best on your team, I remember distinctly at the 2006 Intercollegiate Team Championships, I was bowling with Lindenwood. We were bowling against Newman University. And I believe we had I don't know if it was game 7. It might have been game 7. It's either game 6 or game 7. I think it was game 7. So we got out to a nice lead. And Newman had opened the first 4 frames. So generally speaking, it was a situation where, at least early on, hey, let's just take care of our business. This is what we're saying, right? Take care of what we need to do. You know, we take a look at what the other team does. Okay, your swing maybe starts to get a little looser because your opponent it's not doing much. All of a sudden, Corey Simmons gets up. Corey is one of the best bowlers I've seen, and definitely one of the best lefties I think to ever throw a bowling ball in college, as Weber rebounded with a nice 3-bagger. Corey Simmons gets up and he strikes in the 5th frame, and it wasn't his first time striking. He had struck a ton in the entire match. And all of a sudden, the entire team was just galvanized. The fans in attendance for Newman, everyone had gotten it together. Next thing we know, bad shot here, bad shot there, and we're in a position that we're losing the game, and ultimately we lost the match. It's been that kind of day for I'm assuming there's been a 7-pin or 2 missed perhaps today, or a single pin that caused that type of ruckus. But to finish that story, when you have a player like that on your team, especially who can anchor your team, everyone looks to for guidance, can rally around, there is nothing in the stat book for that kind of stuff, right? Newman ended up rattling off, I think, the next 3 or 4 in a row. While we had a couple, said, it becomes a game we should have won to a close game to a game that we had lost and then, got knocked out around before television. So I'll never forget that. But that's what I kind of saw from Weber there with Caitlin Johnson. She's that kind of player. And it was no coincidence, I think. They saw Caitlin Johnson strike. And it's okay, well, we've got to get it together because we can't let Caitlin down. That's what those kind of players do for you. That was a good story. That was Story Time by Emil Williams Jr. Perhaps that'll be a show of some kind. Story time. I'll work on that. Best shot of the tournament there for Danielle Taylor. Well, I feel like I just said her name, her last name wrong, and perhaps not even close to what I thought it was. Honor. I'm sorry, Daniela. Baker set number 5. Should see Moorhead State on 21. McKinney will move over to 22. We'll see Spring Hill. They'll move over to 23. And for the first time and only time of the day, barring any serious movement up the standings. Spring Hill's got a little talent. They've got some talent on this squad. I think, like other young programs, and just programs in general. I think it's still early in the season to where teams will undoubtedly get better as the season goes on. And that's really all you can ask for, because ultimately you're preparing to be competitive, or I should say, to be competitive specifically for sectionals, so you can make a run, especially in this format. Taylor Edgerton, nice shots with that ninth frame for SCAD Atlanta. Hopefully you've had a chance to check on the men's standings and the men's division. Of course, we are live streaming over at Bolero Austell. If you haven't already, be sure to check out my main man Daniel Ferris. He's been holding it down over there. Good shot at it, Caitlin. So interesting, college bowling in its present state. Just thinking about it from, just over a decade ago when I was competing. Some of the things that have changed for the better, in my opinion, is just the concentration on kind of better eating, especially during events. Better eating, the better levels, or the focus on fitness throughout the week, or as a program, different things like that. Especially from the eating perspective, because we've got snacks everywhere. Every team kind of brings like a cooler, and parents make sandwiches and whatnot and cut them all up nice and have them out ready to go for the players. They're wheeling coolers around like it's nobody's business. Every team's kind of got their own snacks. That was so rare back in 2004 and 7 and 8 and whatnot. A good snack was a basket of fries mid-block. That was a good snack back in the day. Now, there were a few programs who were a part of doing good stuff. Nice clean 195, because I remember actually at this very event, I remember there were a couple teams. This is when you first started to see, or at least when we first started to see, like pepperoni and crackers and whatnot kind of being brought to college events. It was very, very odd. It was so different. No one knew what to do. And until teams started offering, hey, you guys want some? Absolutely we do. I was hoping you'd ask that question. Final game for McKendree and SCAD here. Just about every team looks like they are in Baker set number 5 or 4, or that's not right. Every team is in the final game of Baker set number 4. That's what I meant to say. I'm curious for those who might be watching, I'm curious what your favorite part is about college bowling, what those are. I'm assuming perhaps that you've been bowling, or at least bowling has been in your family for a little bit. Even if it hasn't, you could be brand new to college bowling. So what's been your favorite parts about it to this point? If you feel ever obliged to respond in the chat, that'd be cool. Just to reiterate standings, they are in the chat, but Scat Savannah 80-24, nice lead over Pikeville at the moment. Just 8 games remaining at this point. That is a tough deficit to overcome. Pikeville at 73, they're in second. Weber third, 76-52. Martin Methodist fourth, 599. Emmanuel fifth at 75-49. McKendree sixth at 75-43. Indiana Tech seventh at 75-18. Cumberland's eighth at 74-85. Union ninth at 74-32. Life is 10th at 71-92. I like that Mrs. Johnson, the energy that's in the building during ITC week. I agree. That is an energy unlike any other, and you have to be there to experience it. It is, you can't quite put that into words, but if you've been around any national championship atmosphere where the title has been on the line, then you would have certainly that understanding. It is a different feel. It's different than any event in the regular season. It's probably close, but obviously it's close because you're bowling for a spot to get to the national tournament, and so that energy still exists, especially when you get down to the final position round. Really, the final probably 8. I would say games as sectionals. It's very electric. A lot of emotions. There's a lot of seniors. We're talking about seniors. Pikeville's got a lot of seniors. Of course, Caitlin Johnson, for example, is a senior. Seniors around the country and across the country, those who make it. Everyone won't get that opportunity to see the ITC event, but those who do, those seniors, it'll be an emotional time period. And Spring Hill finishes things up. Week on Bowl TV, we had the U.S. Open. We were there for, nice job, 9 days, I think it was. And then, of course, Daniel and I. Daniel actually drove from basically Charlotte to Atlanta, but he wanted to go specifically and check out the NASCAR Hall of Fame. That was in Mooresville, so he was able to do that. He'll be driving home to Louisville, Kentucky, which is where he is from, after the men's division completes competition today. I was able to fly home for a day. Son's first Halloween, he threw on or his mommy threw on an elephant costume, which was interesting. He wasn't really feeling it. But you do it for the photos, is what I've learned. And then made the trip out here Friday morning. Next week, Bowl TV will head to the Quad Cities. So if you have a team participating in the Leatherneck Classic in Moline, Illinois, or Davenport, Iowa, then we will be there as well. I will be there. Aaron Smith will be back out. Then we'll get a break the following weekend, and then we'll be back at it on Bowl TV at the Hawk Classic, hosted by Maryland Eastern Shore. So we'll give you a look at some NCAA teams in a couple of weeks. That will take place from November 22nd through the 24th. Speaking of the Hawk Classic. And then that's not all for the month of November as the National Team Match Games gets underway. Always the Friday after Thanksgiving is when that tournament commences. Historically, it was held at Strike and Spare Lanes in St. Louis before Strike and Spare was closed. Moved since, of course, to Bowl and Fairview Heights, and then they've added a center to accommodate all of the men's and women's teams. Madison Bailey. Nice shot. Oh. High flush for Taylor Edgerton. Scat Atlanta, it's about getting the reps in. The more bowling they do, the better they are going to get. You see some of the talent. And that goes across any program. You can say the same about this particular McKendree team here. McKendree, their A squad also competing this week at the Cat Clash. '17 NCAA champions and the 2017 ITC champions. They sent 2 squads out this week. Of course, one to Atlanta, then one out to Houston. All right, Morehead State is awaiting their cross partner here on 22. The Cumberlands, they are awaiting to step into 23 and 24. All right, we're all done. Baker set 4 is in the books officially as we head to now Baker set number 5. And then following that will be the position round. Don't forget, folks, USBC is unlocking the treasure chest of newly digitized historical telecasts, including the PWBA, Team USA World Team Challenge. All of those classics and much, much more inside the vault. The latest release. Most recently was a telecast featuring the 1991 U.S. Amateur Men's Finals. You saw Vince Biondo, who was a part of that telecast. Vince made a nice run at last week's U.S. Open, where he qualified for the Cashers round. So check out the vaults. There's some collegiate broadcasts in there as well. You can find that only on Bowl TV. Kenneth, I don't know how many answers you will get the good folks watching in the chat, but for me personally, I am a fan of the competition. So for me personally, I would just say, hey, whoever you got, bring it on. I would want to bowl the best team that they have. And, say, hey, shoot it up and let's see what happens. That would be me. In regards to the USBC part, the USBC Collegiate landscape is essentially inclusive to all collegiate programs. That's evident, obviously, of course, because there are several NCAA teams that do compete in USBC collegiate events and compete enough to be able to earn points towards earn power points towards sectionals so that they may qualify. So essentially, as the governing body, basically of bowling or collegiate bowling in that aspect, to be inclusive of all collegiate programs. And obviously, there's the NCAA, the NAIA now officially has a national championship in bowling. There's a collegiate club championship run by Sean Walkner. I think Mike Kabacki is involved in that as well. So obviously several championships to be had and won. It can be, I think, a bit tricky just from understanding how some of the things work on the girls' side. But the NAIA, for example, has both a boys and a girls championship now. But again, for me personally, as regards to my team makes ITCs, I want everyone's best team there. I don't care what division you're in. I don't care if you didn't bowl one tournament. Get your 8 best players and let's shoot it up and see what happens. And if anything, I think obviously McKendree has proven they're one of the best teams in the country. They won both titles. They weren't the first NCAA team to do that. Maryland Eastern Shore did it a few years back. But last year they made the finals again, and then Robert Morris defeated them on TV. So it's going to work. They're going to win some, they're going to lose some. Same thing for any other team. It's a good question, though, Ken. I appreciate your candidness on that subject. And some teams actually don't bowl. Some NCAA teams do not bowl USBC collegiate events, generally speaking. And for some cases, the only time you'll see an NCAA athlete at a USBC collegiate event is the singles qualifier, for example. So they can potentially have some opportunities to compete in a singles environment. Nice spare. Baker set 5 is underway. I know for me, if I think back to when I was at Lindenwood, we were an NAI school, and I would have been all about having another opportunity at winning a national title. I was blessed enough to win one, and certainly what we would call the national title to win. But NAIA now offers a national championship. Well, you better believe I'd have been right there saying, "Hey, I think we want to bowl in that, and because I think we could win." It's funny how things work because McKendree used to be an NAIA team. If you think back to it, and that may be something that people may not know, but I guess I'm kind of old now, so I know things like that. But there are a lot of similarities, actually, between Lindenwood and McKendree. We often traveled together. In fact, we once took a coach bus. McKendree and Lindenwood shared a bus and went to Atlanta, went to this tournament. I think it was 2004 or 2005. Actually, it might have been my first year. Might have been 03, actually. Hook. To that point, Mrs. Johnson, I can understand where you are coming from with that statement. And you're being very specific to the actual team that is here right now, which I understand what you're saying there. Meanwhile, Weber has finally understood something. They've gotten to a pair that they like, I think, or at least a lane so far. And they just shot 255, did Weber. And I haven't been down on the high end, or excuse me, the low end of the house, but I know for a fact that's the highest game I've seen within a good 10 lane range here today. So Weber might be making a last stand, a last minute run here. Checking to see if standings have been updated, and I don't believe they have as of yet. Coming up on the 1 o'clock Eastern time. shot. Morehead State, a lot of history within collegiate bowling. And I think Morehead State ladies, I think Kelly Kulick, first thing that comes to mind. Last time Morehead State had a woman in All-American, it was Amy Corbin in 2007. Prior to that, Lindsay Coulis, who was a first-team All-American, one of the best lefties ever, I think, in college bowling. He was exceptional. Those of you who may remember Joy Esterson. I'm not sure if she ever really got a chance to compete on the PWBA tour. If she did, it wasn't obviously for very long. But she won 2 national championships with Morehead State. She was a junior Team USA member in '03, Team USA in 2004. And had the PWBA still been around, you know, we could be talking about a player like Joy Esterson, who ultimately could have been one of the best professionals. All signs were certainly leading to that point. But you saw a little bit on the PBA Women's Series. I think she made a Queen's show as well, but she went to Morehead State. So just right now speaking about players that have historical ties to Morehead State, Robin Crawford was a first teamer in 2001. Jessica DeCrisanti was a 2-time All-American. Mentioned Kelly Kulick already, but to be specific, Kelly was 98 as they won the title. And 98, that's a heck of a program. Morehead State had 3 All-Americans, and some programs still have that now. When you have 3 All-Americans, generally you're in pretty good company. Kelly was a first teamer, and 98-99 season, first teamer and won player of the year for Morehead State. Robin Crawford was a second team All-American. Stacy Risson was an honorable mention selection. Kulick repeated that feat. I should say she did it in 98 and 99. That 98 team had 3 first team All-Americans and of course won a championship. It's a lot of great history in this squad, and the present tense trying to get back to that moment, create their own history. been paying attention or watching or been waiting around maybe for a position round for the men's division. They are right now going over lane assignments and calculating so they can get their position round off and running. We have 3 games to go before we are at that point. All right, got some new totals. I'm going to go grab those for you. All right, here's what we have for you after Baker set number 4. SCAD is leading the way at 87.74, followed by Pikeville in second at 85.28. Weber is third at 83.38. Martin Methodist is fourth at 82.98. McKendree is fifth actually at 82.80. Kendrick got a good shot at finishing in the top 4 potentially. Emmanuel is 6th at 82.69. University of the Cumberland at 82.33. Indiana Tech is 8th at 82.08. Union College is 9th at 81.18. Campbellsville is 10th at 78.44. Standings about to be typed in the chat. coaching moment going on here. I think you can see over on 22 with McKinley. Coach brought back Brianna just to discuss what they were going to do on this next shot. Last time, I didn't see what she got, but 7 count. He wanted to verify what she had. She calls there to make a move on the lane. It looks like it's going to pay off. That is good coaching right there. Being aware of what your players have been doing, what their common leads and moves have been. But 7, I'm going to assume, just by not seeing it, that she may have gone high on the head pin. And said, hey, let's just talk about it before you do it. Did you make a move? She's going to do the same thing here with Madison. Take a look at what happened with her. For Bailey. Madison, a freshman. Morehead State waiting to make the flip. Patriots of the Cumberlands and the Badgers of Spring Hill College now moving. 2 games left before our position round. Nice bear. That is not the easiest, of course. Bantel leading things off for the Cumberlands, a freshman from Rock Hill, South Carolina. Nice shot there. Welch. McKendree and Morehead State has made the flip as well. Take a look down, and it looks like Pikeville is going to be, oh wow, maybe not, they just got a break. Pikeville is going to be in the 240s this game, is that right? Looking like it. Yep, so Pikeville is going to be in the 240s here. This is, I believe it's game 3 down where they are. But they will be, no doubt, either on 23 and 24 or 21 and 22. Got a hook. Better shot certainly, but an open frame there for Banto. Well, if you're Pikeville right now, all you can do is obviously get as many pins as you can. And if you happen to put up a best set of the day right before position round, and maybe within 100 pins. I think that's really all you can ask for at this point. Well, we thank you for that, Mrs. Johnson. It is our pleasure. College bowling is simply put one of the greatest things that we'll ever do and see, both as fans and players. And I mean, I think back to what it would be like with live streaming if live streaming was around when we were competing, and what it would be like to do that. So this is about as close as I'm going to get in regards to bowling in college on the live stream. I guess the irony there is I went from being a player who did not have the opportunity to be in front of a camera to bowl to being an adult who now live streams college bowling essentially all the time. So but the thank yous definitely help. There are some days are much better than others. Sometimes that's just life. But every now and then it is good to know that fans do enjoy what we do. Makes it that much better. Makes it worth it. Makes the time away a little bit easier to handle. And I know many of you have been waiting for this position round anxiously since the time you woke up. Heck, since yesterday you've been waiting. I've been waiting too. Get to crown a champion. Our first event was just straight total pins. Our first tier one was at the Midwest Collegiate Championships. But there was no bracket. There also wasn't a position round as well. So it was a little difficult actually to kind of get things set in a way where we could really get the teams who are in contention. Mid-States had a bracket, and the bracket always presents that opportunity. Kind of set up where the bracket finals will be, and then see how many lanes we can cover, what equipment we need, etc. I actually think, I know some people they don't like position rounds. I'm a fan of them because, especially after kind of going from in front, or I'm sorry, on the lanes to now watching behind cameras, etc. Position rounds help because we know for a fact that, especially the way Dennis does it. Dennis is the tournament manager, tournament director here for Brunswick Southern. He has a position round at the first round of Baker and then the last round of Baker. So you go in knowing, from our vantage point, that the championship is going to be basically on this pair of lanes. 3 and 4 is going to be on this pair. And if it's a close race, yada, yada, we could have fourth jump. You know, we get a chance to then cover all of that. So those things help. So brackets help us. Position rounds help us. So if you ever want to run a college tournament and you'd like to have it live streamed, those are a couple things that live streamers enjoy knowing. So it can help us plan. For example, Leatherneck will have a bracket for each division, I think. Talking about the growth of college bowling, the Leatherneck will have a men's division, a men's JV division, a women's division, I should say women's varsity, men's varsity, and men's and women's JV. Each one of them will be at a different center. Isn't that something? This is a 2-center event, and most of our large events now in USBC Collegiate, I found after really kind of paying attention these last couple of years and being involved in obviously in a different way, the teams have grown, college bowling has grown so much that tournament directors, instead of turning people away, which they had to do for a while, as Madison Bailey takes it 5 in a row for McKendree. McKendree might sneak up and it might be battling for like 3rd place potentially here. But I forgot what I was talking about. So tournament directors didn't want to turn away teams anymore, so they expanded, essentially added 2 events. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 centers to event, one for the men, one for the women. That opens up space, an opportunity for other teams to compete. So what once for the majority of college bowling was 1 center, men's and women's. And if you were going to live stream it, you'd be at you'd like take the split where the men end and where the women begin, or vice versa, where the women were on the left, and where the women, last women's pair and the first men's pair. That used to be the way to live stream completion. Now we've got 2 centers for each, and so we know what we're doing each one. We've got men's and women's. Nice bounce back there for Bantam. Although we won't be at all 4 centers next week in Clemson, so we'll be at the men's varsity and the women's varsity. Our next event again after that will be the Hawk Classic, hosted by Maryland Eastern Shore. Not sure how many teams are there yet, but that is a 1-center event. So we're basically going to take you through all the way through Christmas with Bowl TV coverage of the collegiate season.
One good shot here, Ellie.
December, we'll have the Glenn Carlson and the Collegiate Shootout. Glenn Carlson Las Vegas Invitational and the Collegiate Shootout. So we'll have those events. We did those last year as well. And then we'll also have the Keystone Quaker and Lehigh Valley Classic. So the Christmas tier ones, as most college bowlers would refer to them as. There's 2 before Christmas, which are in Vegas, and there's 2 after Christmas, which are in Pennsylvania. We'll have those for you as well. And then if you like Team USA coverage, then we'll be at Team USA trials, as we always are. That'll be from January 2nd to 7th. It's funny that we're already talking about 2020. And then we've got the Kegel ISBPA Midwest Classic. That'll be in the Chicagoland area. That's in mid-January. I feel there may be one other event in January. Then there's the Hoosier Classic, of course, in February. Then it gets a little tricky for us because the U.S. Open moved up a few months, so that's in February. It actually starts, let's see, U.S. Open and the Hoosier Classic start within 1 day of each other. Cumberland's. I will address or ask you guys a question in the chat, and I'm curious. So, if you could watch any additional coverage regarding college bowling, it could be in any form. It could be obviously live stream. It could be a podcast. It could be whatever you think. What would you guys like to see? By no way am I saying that these things would happen. I'm just curious. Because if there was something that you said that made sense and was possibly doable with the right resources, then that would be a difference. So I'm basically giving you kind of a survey, but just not on the survey form. I like the way Cumberland's is kind of pacing themselves here. And they're going pretty quick, but they've struck 3 of the 5 times. Sorry, good break there. Another good example of I don't know how many times I've said the young program this weekend, but I feel every week I go to an event and you know, the talent is essentially there. Let's see, the Cumberlands, they go all the way back to 2013-14 season. So for me, that would still be considered young, although they're inching past it. This will be their 7th full season of competition. Type of team that can sneak up on people at the end of the year. For the second at the Ball State Cardinal Classic, did the Cumberlands. They were 4th at the Louisville Classic, 2nd at the Thomas Burrs Memorial Classic, and 3rd at the Brandon Burns Memorial. Looks like all of those were in some capacity related to conference items as well. This is their first Tier 1 event of the season. It looks like they won't bowl again until January. It's a big day. Oh, I'm sorry, that's a large amount of time to be off. The rest of their schedule goes, again, Kegel, ISBPA Midwest Classic in January, the Cincinnati Collegiate Classic at the end of January. They'll go support the North Kentucky Norse Classic in Irlander, Kentucky. The Eagle Classic in Louisville, the Indianapolis Classic. They'll have their conference championship in late February. And then sectionals, of course. That's a pretty nice schedule if you take a look at it in regards to some time off if you need to do or get caught up on homework, or if you happen to be injured, get some practice time in. I'm so used to teams being in constant competition for sometimes 5, 6 weekends in a row. Chris, that's a good question. I apologize if that wasn't clear. I'm speaking solely from a coverage perspective. Basically, anything in addition to live stream. I'm very curious if there's anything that someone might be longing for or would be cool to see in someone's eyes. I'm someone who likes to know what the fans or the viewers want to see. I kind of like to push the envelope on certain things. Like if you ask our staff, I'm to keep it simple person for most things, but when it comes to like cameras, or if we can somehow stick another camera somewhere, I'm all for that. So if it's something that made sense that we could do, and it all bars proper resources in our time and schedule, that's really it. Time is sometimes non-existent. Let's see, Weber is finishing up, and the strike will get them 175. Let's see, the Cumberlands were in 7. Pretty good showing. And the Wade, 4th through 7th, or really 4th through 8th were coming into this particular set. Cumberlands could make a jump. That's good stuff there, Chris. And that would be something that we would have to rely on. We would rely on some coaches for that, some of that information as well. See, my ultimate scheme of it, right, is there's a couple things I'd like to do. But time generally isn't on my side to do. So, pre-season, I would basically like to do a college game day situation where they hop on the bus and they go to, or they travel, I should say, and visit each of the top football schools, right? Some of the top ranked teams preseason, who they're expected to do well, competing for the national title, etc. And I'd like to do that something similar with college bowling and go to 5, 10 of the top ranked, or I guess if we had preseason ranks, we'd do preseason, or how the rankings ended in the previous season, and go to the defending champ school, visit and practice, talk to the coaching staff on camera, maybe a couple players, right? But instead of we wouldn't be on a bus, that'd be great. But if you're a college bowler, right, you just go and get yourself a 15-passenger van and give the people the real experience of traveling. In some cases, not all cases, but at some point you're going to be in a 15-passenger van. That's just how it is. Tipping the 4 goes Madison Daly. But that's a good note, Chris. Thank you for your input. That would be something I would say for sure. I won't even say for sure, but if I had a realistic goal and would say, okay, when would be a good time to kind of do that, I think we could do a better job of it with everyone's help from a coaching perspective at ITCs, where we could say, in addition to some of the other things that you might be doing, we need this, and this from you, and we could create that side panel for each team that comes through a particular channel or something along those lines. It's good stuff, Chris. And another note, because while, again, most of the viewers generally are up on their college bowling, some of our viewers are fans of the sport and may or may not know about some of the history of certain teams. So it's a good opportunity to do that. It's a good opportunity for the schools, actually, to kind of help better promote their school. Could be used as a recruiting opportunity. A lot of possibilities. All right, a couple frames left here on 21 and 22, then we'll stop. Hopefully not too long. Be a brief pause. But for the first time this week, we will get a chance to see SCAD Savannah. For Morehead State. $164 for McKendree. And it looks like right now SCAD Savannah is actually still bowling. I see them down on the left side. SCAD Atlanta is competing as well, still throwing some bowling balls down the lane. Let's just give you a different view real quick to see what we can get. Also give you a different look at the bowling center. All right. keep on moving. We want to see the coaches congregate there. There's a good look at the bowling center here at Bolero Marietta. But I tell you that obviously this building did not look like this. I've seen a few Boleros, and Bolero, of course, just bought the PBA, so shout out to them. But this is so far of the kind of the renovated or new centers I've seen. This is the best I've seen so far. Really cool stuff that they did here. There's SCAD actually finishing things up. Looks like Marion still competing down on the low end as well. So we are awaiting lane assignments. Actually, we're awaiting the players who can finish competing here in Baker set number 5. While you are waiting, though, you can check out the men's feature channel. It is positioned around there. It's happening. Alex Galinsky just left a wrap 10. From what I can see, it looks like McKendry and Weber. I'm going to guess that they have made the switch already. Just guessing. SCAD and I can't see who they are facing. But you can check that out. Looks like they're, well, I read the chat, so it looks like Weber had a 350 pin lead over McKendry heading into that round. McKendry was up 92 pins on SCAD. SCAD was up 87 on Indiana Tech. That's who it is. And Lincoln Memorial was at 5th. While we have a moment. It would be a good time. I just talked about the Bolero acquisition of the PBA, but be sure to check out the PBA. Big thanks to Kirk Von Kruger, tournament director. Got a chance to be with him for a week or so last week at the U.S. Open. Tom Clark, commissioner. But check out the PBA on Fox for all of your news on scheduling, ticket info, breaking news, scoring from all of their events. Be sure to check out PBA.com to follow the action live, again, on the PBA network. And, of course, if you are looking for any new gear, Black Friday is coming up you may want to have yourself some new gear to give as gifts potentially, you'll want to check out the USBC Bowling Store. Again, usbcbowlingstore.com. If you want some PWBA gear, if you want to head over to shoppwba.com. I'm actually going to do that, and I may be getting some gifts from there myself. Again, shoppwba.com for all of your cool items, merchandise, accessories, and everything in between. We're giving away a USBC Collegiate t-shirt during the position round. In fact, I'll try to lead off with that so I won't forget about it. Let's see. So everyone is complete with bowling in front of us. And to our left. Looks like there's one pair remaining at this moment in time to finish things up. So hopefully, folks, it won't be too long. We are now waiting for position round. Set the old timer here. We know that 23 and 24 will be our 1 versus 2. There is Scad Savannah already making their way. Let's follow them. There we go. Is or not the wind, excuse me. The fans here, or the AC is blowing something fierce right where I am right now. I am pretty chilly. All right, while I have a quick second, folks, I'm going to take one small break just to make sure all is well. Then we'll come on back. And if we have some additional time, we'll open it up. We'll have a talk show for 5 to 10 minutes. Let's see what else everyone wants to chat about. I'll tell you more about some of these teams, as Chris talked about. We can even go through the list.
All right, we're still waiting on 2 score sheets.
So we're waiting 2 score sheets. Oh, there's someone still bowling.
The position round. So please make sure that your score sheets have been turned up front.
All right, back with you in a moment.
All right, Brandon, where you at? Bring them up. Newports. Lane 3, Rio Grande. Lane 4, Florida State. Lane 5, Northwestern Ohio. Lane 6, Savannah College of Art and Design, Atlanta. Lane 7, Weber JV. Lane 8, Thomas More University. Lane 9, Marion University. Lane 10, Morehead State University. Lane 11, Spring Hill College. Lane 12, Lindsey Wilson College. Lane 13, Life University. Campbellsville, lane 14. Northern Kentucky University, lane 15. Union College, lane 16. University of the Cumberlands, lane 17. Emmanuel College. Lane 18, Emmanuel College. Lane 19, Indiana University of Technology. Indiana Institute of Technology. Lane 20. McKendree, lane 21, Martin Methodist College. Lane 22, Weber International University. Lane 23, Pikeville University. Lane 24, Savannah College of Art and Design, Savannah.
Alrighty, we have reached the pinnacle here. That's to get you some standings first and foremost. Savannah College of Art and Design in first place. Just under 200 pins is their lead right now over Pikeville. Pikeville does have a 200 pin lead over Weber. Weber, who is in third place, currently with a, 114 pin lead over Martin Methodist, who is fourth. Now it gets a little tricky because only 31 pins separate Martin Methodist, who is in fourth, from McKendree, who is in fifth. And Indiana Tech could actually come up and sneak up and move in front of both McKendree and Martin Methodist. They're only 50-plus pins out. So again, Scad, Savannah on your right. We'll be moving into your screen shortly. Pikeville is on 23. Weber is on 22. And Martin Methodist is on 21. Oh, looks like if you were checking out the men's final, it looks like they might just be into either game 3 or perhaps just finishing up game number 4. Another one. That's been popular this week. From Pikeville. You got it, Kenneth. My man. All right, I got your scores for you. So if you want to keep track of what's happening here, we'll be able to see both sets of scores on 21, 22, 23, and 24. And then if you have any, or if you want to peek in or you're curious about what's happening maybe with McKendree or Indiana Tech, got a decent eye on what's going on over there as well. So again, 95-51 the total for SCAD. It's a pretty good day, or a pretty good weekend's work, I should say. Just a few hours drive for them. Rebecca Comain, part of this SCAD squad, she actually won the individual title. So again, a Tier 1 victory. And she just completed the 5th frame, bowling in the anchor position. Indiana Tech, again, mentioned trying to sneak up and take a spot away in the top 4. Off to an excellent start. Spare, 5-bagger, and now what looks to be a very tough 7 count. I don't even know what that is. Looks like a pin maybe perhaps got too close to the 10 pin. It's odd. Three in a row here for SCAD. Make it 4 in a row. But they have owned this 40-foot pattern. Well, the SCAD program, they are near the tops in the NAIA most recent polls. The women's team was in the 4th spot. And I'll tell you what, this potentially could be, I don't know if it's going to be enough to top Pikeville, but if you like matchups, right, we could potentially have this kind of matchup at the ITCs. Let's shot there for Caitlin Johnson. But in the NAIA, where SCAD is the defending champion and reigning NAIA National Invitation champion, it could be a battle between SCAD and Pikeville throughout the season. And I believe I'm going to check that right now, but right now, Pikeville, again, that's, I'm sorry, that's Mid-South Conference. Looking at the wrong polls there. 207 for SCAD. 151 for Pikeville. Indiana Tech shot 253. So it goes Pikeville from the NAIA perspective. What a shot for Caitlin Johnson. 201 for Weber. Not sure how it's going to go, but that's 50 pins for Weber right there that they've just gained over Pikeville. McKendry shoots 159. And right now, Indiana Tech has moved into 5th place. Speaking of Indiana Tech, they are 3rd in the NAIA rankings. And again, SCAD Savannah 4th. Midland, Grandview, the Cumberland, St. Xavier, William Penn, and Hastings. Pretty good top 10 in the NAIA. SCAD's got a realistic shot. They could win the NAIA championship. They could win the Intercollegiate Team Championship. Pikeville could do the same. They could complete the double. Pike. That's a new one too. Haters are gonna hate, potatoes going to potate. Pretty impressive stuff from Pikeville. I'm not gonna lie. They keep it original. mentioned Rebecca Comain, Veronica Cepeda was in the top 5 for the majority of the day yesterday before falling out. Just missing a spot in the all-tournament team. The entire roster goes Veronica Cepeda, Rebecca Comain, Caitlin Geis, Caitlin Jones, Adriana Laguardo, Ana Morales, Elisa Pasante, Elisa and Emily. They are twins. Pamela Perez, Darian Soderquist, and Joni Wirtz. Full roster for SCAD Savannah. Chops a spare, 310 does Caitlin Jones. Of course, SCAD led by specifically the women's team. Of course, Katie Thornton is the head coach, but PWBA standout Verity Crawley generally is rolling with the women's squad in competition. Verity coming off a very nice performance at the U.S. Open. She just missed advancing to match play, the top 24, by 3 pins. She did advance, of course, to the Cashers round. She was in 14th after qualifying. Went through some struggles, but still gave herself an opportunity to make match play. And unfortunately, just missed out, but what a week it was for her. Only representing herself, her native England, but definitely SCAD at the same time, and the PWBA, of course. Good start here from Martin Methodist. They have gone with the front four. 8 spare strike in the 5th. It's hard to win a Tier 1, folks. So you give credit where credit is due. Oh, Renee is giving me some backstory here. Although I don't know which player was from or who is from Idaho. I guess I should just look that up. Thank you. I appreciate that. Learn something new every day. High flush for Piotrowski. The second time I have seen SCAD this year. It's the first time we got a chance to see Pikeville. There's Wolf. A good shot, 10th frame. They can get to 204. Weber can only get to 176. Meanwhile, Martin Methodist. That 10 pin that puts Weber at max score of 166 now. Pikeville is not going to shoot 150 this game. They get the 2-0s with another strike here. I think that's what separates SCAD or will ultimately separate SCAD. I think when it comes down to it, if a pattern says that maybe you should play to the left, or let's say they're at ITCs and they bowl on they have a match where the lanes have been bowled on, they're bowling on the burn. They are very good when they have to move left. .191 for Pikeville. .156 for Indiana Tech, so they have given back the pins that they gained. That's the thing about Baker, folks. It can change in the blink of an eye. And as a player, you often ask yourself, why or how? Why did that happen? How did that happen? Why did things change so abruptly? I don't understand what's happening with this situation. But Baker is kind of weird like that. Like, you could do the same things the same ways one game to another and somehow end up 100 pins less. Not that you threw it any worse, but, you know, a split or two here or there, and all of a sudden, boom. Well, all signs point to SCAD claiming their first Tier 1 victory of the season. And perhaps of their program's history. I'm not sure on that. Weber gets to 163. Good count, and 2 O's will be had for Martin Methodist. The big movement can still happen between who could sneak up into 4th place potentially. And on a rare shot, maybe 3rd. But Tier 1 power points are very, very important. Delicate even. And so you got to protect them and gain as many as you can when you can get them. McKendry shot 163 to go with 159, and they have got 93-34 unofficially at the moment. So at the moment, Indiana Tech has moved into 5th place. That happened in the first game after they shot 250. They have overtaken McKendry again for 5th place. McKendry is in 6th currently. First time we get a chance to see Martin Methodist. It's my first opportunity to see them. This year. And a runner finish most recently in Smyrna. They were at the Brandon Burns Memorial, part of that Mid-South Conference. They finished 2nd out of 20, speaking of Martin Methodist. But they finished right behind Pikeville, so when you start seeing more conferences, Mid-South, Martin Methodist, Pikeville, for example, teams start seeing one another. They have finished 2nd twice already. Speaking of Martin Methodist, their first 3 events. They have finished no lower than 5th, and that looks like it's going to continue. So that's a note for me. Martin Methodist keep an eye on them as the season progresses. Tough start here for Scab. Same thing for Indiana Tech. They've gone open on 19 and 20. Martin Methodist has missed back-to-back 10 pins. Johnson trying to rally this Weber squad. Let's see, Weber, again, they've got a nice firm hold on third place. So it'll take a lot for Martin Methodist to overcome right now what is a 113 pin deficit. They would need a couple of games of 250 or better at least, and Weber to do the opposite. Right now, Weber is looking like a third place squad. Like they might hold on to that with just a game and a half to go at this point. With a lot of energy. I think this is the most energy they've had in quite some time, but I think the back half of today, the second half of today for Weber has been a little bit better. I told you they shot 250 in Baker set number 4. Here they are here. Weber is the team that, if you think they're like, oh, I don't know, Weber, maybe they struggled a little bit. Like, that's the team that you don't ever really want to second guess or potentially think that they're not as good as they could be. And I don't think they're as good as they could be right now. After seeing, I didn't really get to see them much at the Midwest Collegiate Championships. Sometimes you can't really take away what you need to take away from one event. Meaning, it's just like anything else. If you do it once or see someone once, see a team once, that might not be the right impression, or that day's impression may not be indicative of how that team or that person generally is. And so you have to, I think it's important to get a good sample size. I think fortunately for us, because we'll be at every tier 1, between myself, Daniel, and Aaron, we'll be able to see, I would say, probably every team that's going to make ITCs. So I'll probably wait a couple more events to see Weber. They were solid at times. At times today they struggled, no doubt about that, especially on the fresh. They had some struggles with spare shooting, but a lot of teams did today. And those are the things where, as you get into the new year, and what do we got to work on? What are maybe our weaknesses? And you shore up that spare game. Those are the kind of things that you consistently work on throughout the season. So when March comes, when March arrives, you're ready to go. There's no ifs, there's no ands, there's no buts. We're ready, and we're trying to win a national title. I'll tell you what, as long as I've got Caitlin Johnson on my team, I'm feeling pretty good no matter what the stakes are. Oh, that's got to push a little bit. Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful shot. I thought that was going to hook, get through the nose, but that ball just kept going and going and going and going. Impressive. Nice shot there from Caitlin. Cepeda up next. Piotrowski. Piotrowski was a first-team All-American last season. Jessica Wolf was a second-team All-American for Pikeville. It was Lauren's first year on the Pikeville squad. She was a second-team All-American at Schenectady Community College before moving to a 4-year institution. .206 for Weber. Jessica Wolf with a double in the 10th. The Martin Methodist roster has got Kayla Berry, Lindsey Brown. This is their full roster. Emily Crone, Kayla Donna, Heather Gold, Chelsea Hinton, Katie McLean, Grayson Patterson, Brittany Peters, Tia Shute, Abigail Smith, Aislinn Turner, Soteria Wilson, and Hannah Wolves. That's their entire kind of program women's roster. Shot. Shot there from Michaela Donna, of Martin Methodist. tell you, this Martin Methodist squad, I don't think there's any coincidence that they have performed the way they have performed. And I'm definitely taking mental notes here. If you have the ability to get inside and play left when you need to, or be able to do it just enough, I think that will go a long way in a postseason situation. Meanwhile, Weber not messing around. They have started with the front four and trying to really end this event on a positive note. How about the front five? Oh, good Lord. Hashtag Team No 8 Pin. Goodness gracious. What a shot there from Caitlin. Nicely done in the 10th frame. 190. Pretty good 4-5 for Martin Methodist. Oh, the old domino strike for Weber. And he had a tech shot, 149, and I did not see what McKendry shot, so it's possible McKendry could get back into fifth place here. Oh, no, we didn't. Thanks for reminding me, Chrissy. I told you I would forget. I told you I would forget. Let's go ahead and get that done right now. All right, Bowl TV t-shirt time. I knew I would forget. By the way, hi, Carrie. Let's see. Anna, the scores after 2 games were, let's see. Don't forget, folks, when it's time to hit submit entry, please do so. Hope everyone has submitted their entry. Congratulations to Kelly Belcher. Kelly, you have just won a Bowl TV Collegiate t-shirt. Please be on the lookout for an email from our marketing fulfillment team this week, the upcoming week here. Thanks to you all for watching. Final shot. Weber and Caitlin Johnson this tournament. 228. Those interested, I'll try to keep the stream live. The awards presentation should happen pretty quickly, I believe. Oh wait, maybe I misspoke. We've got one more game. Yeah, we do. I'm sorry. Oh wait, do we? I don't know. I feel like this is it. That was the last game, right? I'm a little nervous because I see some teams with a different monitor screen than others. I don't know, Chris. I really panicked for a minute. I honestly thought I do think it's the last game, and I had to check my notes because I was keeping scores this game. I'm like, no, I've already written 3 scores down for Weber. It's got to be it. All right, Weber unofficially with a total of 99.55, unofficially for Weber. Pikeville shoots 202, although I missed their 3rd game. .731 for the 4 games for Pikeville. That gives them a grand total of 10,095 unofficially. Excellent work for Scat Savannah. Really nice job. You see some of the sportsmanship there between Pikeville and Scat Savannah. Again, those teams will see one another again at obviously at other events, but when we talk about postseason, I don't think there's any doubt that they will be factors in the ITC championship race. Pardon me while I get our cameras together here. Oh. All right, 10th frame here for Martin Methodist. That is Lindsey Brown, I believe, and according to the roster, Lindsey Brown is a freshman. That's saying a lot right there for Martin Methodist. So, a couple things I learned this week. Scat Savannah, I think they've got what it takes to potentially win an ITC title. They've already won an NAIA national title. That happened last year, but they just continue to get better. Martin Methodist, first time I've seen them. I wish I had saw them more, to be quite honest with you. Pretty impressed with what they've been able to do. Weber is right there, just like they always are. I think they probably uncharacteristically struggled in certain areas, especially spare shooting. And I'm sure they'll be the first to tell you that. But excellent job by Weber and Martin Methodist. McKendree came out. I know we talked about it a little bit earlier just in regards to which teams were out. And they sent a different squad, and they performed well too. And I think they're going to hang on to 5th place. Indiana Tech, got a chance to check them out last year. They made ITCs and made it a very fun watch. And that's a team where you always have to keep them within arm's reach because they can make some noise in the postseason as well. All right, you see General Manager James Cash out for a trophy awards presentation. I'm not sure how many awards they will be giving out, but we'll be there to captured for it. I'll leave the stream going. Who? Just a little bit of, couple of quick announcements as Dennis Lockhart is here.
Turned in your USBC tournament recap or team lineup form. Please make sure that you turn those in here by the front desk. So I can collect those. You can collect those for all participating teams.
Take a look at, again, a good look at Bolero and some of the players finishing things up. Caitlin finished in the, she was third. Caitlin finished third in the all-tournament team, or finished third to earn a spot on the all-tournament team. Again, for those who will hang on for the trophy presentation, thank you very much. For those of you who will exit, those of you who may hang or who will be exiting, appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for your viewership this week. There is, let's get you to the trophies here. We've got Tournament Director Dennis Lockhart. Assistant Tournament Director out there, Brandon Williams. He told me he's worked this event for the last 4 years, I believe. Generally works at Bolero Austell. Dennis Lockhart is on the right of your screen. And then the general manager, James Cash. I believe James told me it was his first time running this type of event, so I think he did a nice job. So again, final thoughts. I think I might start doing the 5 things I learned. But just talked about Weber. Talked about. I don't think I talked about Pikeville. I think there was a few teachable moments for Pikeville, as there is with any team. But I thought Bobby Brown was kind of putting his team in maybe some unfamiliar or uncomfortable positions to kind of get them ready for things they might see as they get down the road. They faced some struggles early on, blocks 2 and 3, but he went through some different lineups, gave some players some different chances to perform in various roles in the lineup. And whether he did it intentionally or he had no intentions of doing it, but that's just what the moment calls for. I thought it was an excellent opportunity to get players a bit more comfortable in certain situations. That is the coaching element, certainly the side of this situation here. Again, if those of you who are waiting around, we'll have the trophy presentation. I'll keep it going. If you would like to skedaddle, that is totally understandable. We appreciate you taking some time out of your weekend. Brian Gold. Brian, I tell you what, man, if you're here, or I'm sorry, if you got a few minutes or a few seconds, you can share any additional knowledge or nuggets of info that you might have about the Red Hawks. But I'm definitely going to be paying attention. Like I said, I wish I had a chance to see them more during the tournament, but the way the moves worked in regards to how many lanes moved, how many pairs moved, just didn't present that opportunity. But thankfully, they were in the top 4, so they could be in the final featured pair for the position round. But looks like they've got a good mix of maybe some youth and experience. And those are the teams that you always got to watch out for, because at the end of it, someone goes, wow, Martin Methodist had a good week. And then, well, who's Martin Methodist or where are they? And of course, the good squad from Tennessee, but that's the type of squad that sneaks up on you at an ITC sectional, for example. And no one was prepared. No one watched the film. It's like when you go to or play any other sport, you watch film. It's like no one watched film on Martin Methodist, so they snuck up on it. I'm going to make sure I watch my film, so I'm prepared. That's the other beauty or component of college bowling. There are so many teams that it's very possible you can go to an event and miss out on a squad that, happen to make a little noise. But, every now and then, actually I shouldn't even say that. It should be every year. There's a team or teams that you look up at the end of the season and you go, wow, this team is in the top 10. They really had a good season, but you haven't seen them. That I know. Bob Learn Jr. The only reason I remember seeing Bob, was it last year at an event or two? I guess I'm not sure with, I guess, including his bowling schedule. If I see him sometimes I haven't seen him. Whether sometimes he coaches the boys, maybe sometimes he coaches the girls. I know that can be different, especially with teams being in different centers. Good info from Mrs. Johnson. Yeah. Teams that are good teams will hold themselves accountable for mistakes. And, when you miss single pins, good teams generally will kind of own up, hey, can't leave that kind of pinfall out there. Just plain and simple. But thanks, Brian. Mike Seeley. Okay, I will make a note of that. This is our third tournament on Bowl TV, but I've done all women's division events, and I think I'm going to probably remain on the women's side of things for a while, because once you see 2 or 3 tournaments, it's a much easier thing to continue to obviously see the same division. That way you get familiar with the teams and the players. For somebody like me who, lives and dies on memorizing names and faces, is very important. Looks like we're about ready for the awards presentation. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that. Presentation is about to begin. Dennis has the microphone. I am going to get to the camera. Thank you, Brian. Thanks, Mrs. Johnson. And enjoy the presentation.
I'd like to take a moment to say thank you to all the teams that have come for competing every season. We wish you the best of luck on the remainder of the season.